governors lost to the Senate yesterday, we didn't only lose the match, I also lost my voice in the process of cheering the governors who are not winning anyway, after all. Your Excellency, allow me to introduce the local leaders present here. This hosting would not have been possible without the support of the leadership of this county, of this region, both in the National Assembly, Senate, and County Assembly. So I'd ask those members to please rise so that I can introduce you and just acknowledge you. Members of Parliament from the region, this hosting is not for Homa Bay alone. It is for this entire region. We have Honorable Rosa Buyu, MP for Kisumu West, Honorable Dr. Ivo Bara, MP for Kabondo Kasipul, Honorable Whip of the National Assembly, Honorable Millie Mabona, MP for Suba North, Honorable Peter Francis Masara, Member of Parliament for Suna West, Honorable Dr. Christine Ombaka, Member of Parliament for Siaya County, Honorable Fatuma Mohammed, Member of Parliament for Migori County, Honorable Martin Owino, Ward Chief, Member of Parliament for Ndiwa, Honorable Dipo Okwome, Member of Parliament for Karachuonyo, Honorable Dr. Joyce Osogo Bensuda, Member of Parliament for Homa Bay County, Honorable Mark Nyamita, Member of Parliament for Wiri, Honorable Sarah Tandi, Chair of Budget Committee and Member of Parliament for Alego Usonga, Honorable Peter Opondokaluma, our host MP for Homa Bay Town Constituency, Honorable Catherine Muma, Senator nominated from Kisumu County, Honorable Senator Eddie Okech, Senator for Migori County, Honorable Senator for Homa Bay, who has spoken, Senator Kajuang, Honorable Dr. Lillian Gogo, Member of Parliament for Rangwe. Thank you very much. Please be seated. I saw our majority leader and speaker in the crowd there, Honorable Speaker of the County Assembly of Homa Bay, Polycarp Okombo, and Honorable Majority Leader Ogindo Tipo. Your Excellency, it is my profound honor to welcome you to the Lake County of Homa Bay, the county of endless potential. We are privileged to host the 9th Devolution Conference 2025, a vibrant platform for innovation and measurable progress for devolution in Kenya. In line with the theme of the conference, for the people, for prosperity, we sincerely thank the Council of Governors, my colleague governors, for the opportunity to host DEVCON 2025. It was not an easy decision, but we thank you for believing in Homa Bay, despite the fact that we might have been considered one of the countries who could be considered to host this conference. As Senator Kajuang has correctly pointed out, a lot of the transformation in this county has happened in the last 3 years. Your Excellency, when you first visited Homa Bay on 16th, on an official development tour on 16th of January 2023, 3/4 of the development that we are seeing in Homa Bay County was not here. Your Excellency, at that point in time, there was no broad-based government, there was no partnership. I was an opposition governor. You were the President of the Republic. To the people of Homa Bay, you had no intention of leaving Homa Bay or any other part of this country behind, simply because of how we voted in the election in which you are elected as President of the Republic of Kenya. Excellency, partnership with the national government. Excellency, today as we drove to the county headquarters and we were coming back, I could see 2 lines of vehicles on one side and 2 lines of vehicles on the other side. The dueling of the main highway in Homa Bay town, which would have about Your Excellency. Whether it's the lakefront, I invite all delegates to go and have a sumptuous meal of fish. The transformation at that all the roads and infrastructure that we see in this town and beyond. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your partnership. And I'd like to say to all the delegates here, karibuni sana Homa Bay, arwako hu Homa Bay County. Your Excellency, in reflecting on our journey, 15 years ago, devolution was enshrined in the Constitution 2010 as a transformative force to bring development and services closer to Kenyans. If devolution were a person, it would be a spirited teenager, vibrant, curious, and occasionally challenging. The impact of devolution is undeniable, with stories of progress written across our 47 counties. Devolution is a key pillar of our Constitution, and it is befitting that this DevCon is held here in Homa Bay, the home of Dr. Odhiambo Mbai, the architect of the Devolution Committee during the constitutional review exercise. And Your Excellency, we thank you because this morning you met the family of Dr. Odhiambo Mbai as we unveiled a plaque, a commemorative plaque at the Arboretum. Our task is to make devolution work for all Kenyans, deliver equity, inclusion, and social justice, closing the socio-economic divide, delivering on the sustainable development goals of leaving no one behind. As we celebrate devolution during DevCon, we celebrate the national unity and diversity of Kenya as one nation. And I'd also like to thank you, Your Excellency, President and Right Honorable Raila Odinga, for consistently demonstrating transformational leadership celebrating devolution. When I assumed office in August 2022, I knew the public expected results as I ran on a Genoa manifesto of hope. Results not just in infrastructure, but in tangible services and opportunities for Homa Bayans. Our pro-people, word-based programs have touched many households. Your Excellency, this morning as you visited our stand, at the Homa Bay stand, you saw that we were celebrating 96 days, straight days of no single mother lost in Homa Bay due to maternal mortality. Your Excellency, this is due to the intensive programs that we have invested together with your government in community health promoters, coming all the way to a robust SHAP program, Your Excellency, and an MPDSR program, a weekly a partnership with the Council of Governors. Every Tuesday, and doctors and the health workers review among themselves and help themselves. And I'm really, really proud that the 96th day has reached without us losing a single mother, because we used our on-source revenue that grew by over 700%, 859 million in the financial year 2022-2023, and over 1 billion in 2023-2024, and a high of 1.7 billion in 2024-2025 to fund critical services. We are constructing a 5-story accident and emergency block at the Level 5 hospital at the Homa Bay County and Referral Hospital, set to be operational by year end, reducing referral times and improving trauma care. We are addressing infant and maternal mortality, as I've mentioned, and combating the triple threat of GBV, HIV, and teenage pregnancies. Your Excellency, you recently signed, Your Excellency, devolved funds are insufficient to realize our county visions. So we seek deeper collaborations in agriculture and trade to position Homa Bay as a global player. The Riwa City Special Economic Zone, our flagship agro-processing zone that hosts the county aggregation and industrial park, promises 14,150 direct jobs and 90,000 indirect opportunities to our local communities. We urge for prioritization, Your Excellency, of the horizontal infrastructure at the Special Economic Zone. Our key value chains, Your Excellency, in Homa Bay include fish, cotton, edible oils, sunflower, millet, sugar, sweet potatoes, pineapples, and livestock and groundnuts. We are pushing our value chains up, and we have seen the growth of production in leaps and bounds in the last 2 years. Your Excellency, you recently signed the Economic Partnership Agreement for Trade with the European Union. With CAIPs and improved productivity of the agricultural value chains, we can enhance the trade volumes. Kenya is trading far lower volumes compared to countries like South Africa. The answer lies in 50-50 sharing of the agriculture funds. The national government charged with policy making should take 50% as agriculture for food security, agro-processing, trade, job creation, and enhancing farmers' incomes, thus fighting poverty. Your Excellency, we need to worry about powering investments and industries like the Riwa Special Economic Zone. The nuclear power project to be implemented in Siaya will be a game changer for the entire region and country. It is expected to supply reliable, affordable, and sustainable power for economic growth. We support the nuclear power project's full implementation for the future of the whole region. Nuclear power will support our agro-processing agenda, powering investments and industries, job creation. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, Homa Bay is a model of devolution's potential. Let me share on 3 critical success factors for our county. One is the unity of purpose for the county leadership. You heard the Senator saying that we all work together as a team to move our county forward. Second is support of the county assembly. And third is the secret of partnerships, from the national government to development partners, to the private sector, to the civil society. We are a county of partnerships, and we thank all our partners, many of them present here today. The story of Homa Bay is the story of devolution. A little-known county, Mwisho wa Lami, is hosting DevCon. This is the story of each of our 47 counties, and this is the story that we want for Kenya as we engage in the next few days of the conference. My apologies, and have to punish the governors who are not playing too well and made me cheer too hard. In implementing devolution, we have revitalized Homa Bay, positioning it as a hub for business and investment with ambition to achieve city status in the next decade. Our lakefront development, including upgrading of the Homa Bay Pier, supported by the national government, is drawing visitors to the Bay of Endless Potential. We have strategically relocated our new county headquarters to Arujo, Your Excellency, which you opened this morning. The county headquarters is a project based on Article 207 of the Constitution and our tenant purchase agreement. The new county headquarters is part of our larger vision to make Homa Bay a city, to clear out the lakefront of administrative offices, take them up and leave the lakefront open for hospitality, in line with our vision to become the Cape Town of Kenya, within the decade. Your Excellency, in closing, in the spirit of inclusion, as part of our pre-conference events, we had a very, very strong and candid youth baraza with our youth that were supported from all across the country by SHOFCO and SHOFCO who are present here today. Your Excellency, they have generated points of a memorandum and a communique, which I am sure at the appropriate time they will hand over to the appropriate place, Your Excellency. I thank SHOFCO for ensuring that we have brought our youth on board, and we also did launch our youth policy yesterday, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, at the home of Gor Mahia, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Harambee Stars for their impressive performance so far in the matches, Your Excellency. And I'd like to thank you for motivating them and supporting them. We all wish we were players, because in the next couple of weeks we would all have been great millionaires. But Your Excellency, we congratulate Harambee Stars and we thank you for nurturing sport in the country. Let me take this opportunity to once again welcome you all to Homa Bay. Please do enjoy yourselves. Don't restrict yourself to the conference venue alone. We have the Paya there, we have the islands of Rusinga, we have the Love Island of Takawiri for those who came with their better halves. We have the Ruma National Park, we have Simbinyaima, the Crater Lake, we have the Bala Hot Springs. There will be people to direct you to enjoy your experience in Homa Bay. Thank you very much and God bless you.
Another super applause for our host. Asante sana, Governor Wanga. It's now my honor to invite the our vice chair, who also happened to have been the chairman of the steering committee, to come and give us a status on action points for the 2023 Devolution Conference and introduce the steering committee. Karibu sana, Bwana Kaiga. Daktari Kaiga, Governor Nyeri.
Thank you very much, our whip, Governor Sang. Your Excellency, Honorable Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, the Honorable Amason Kingi, Speaker of the Senate, Excellency Governors and Deputy Governors, Cabinet Secretaries, Honorable Members of the Senate and National Assembly, representatives of constitutional commissions and independent offices, leaders of Homa Bay County and the Greater Nyanza region, ambassadors and high commissioners, principal secretaries, members of the county assemblies, all national government and county government representatives, private sector and civil society representatives and development partners, international delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of the entire 2025 Devolution Conference Steering Committee, I take this opportunity to welcome you, Your Excellency, President William Ruto, to the 9th Devolution Conference and the 2nd biannual Devolution Conference. I also take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to my fellow governors who are present with their deputies and respective county leaders. Your immense support to make Devolution Conference 2025 a reality is appreciated. To all the national executive representatives attending this conference, your presence in Homa Bay County is proof that Kenya's devolved system of governance is rooted in consultation, cooperation, collaboration, and coordination. I know that the legislature at both levels of government is represented here too. Your voices in the anticipated discussions will be crucial, since for us to entrench equity, inclusion, and social justice, the public purse must be distributed to the lowest levels and reach the most vulnerable of populations. Your Excellency, this year, the participation of the civil society organizations has been much more than previous conferences. This was deliberate so that this event can begin to be more inclusive. I am confident that this year many diverse voices will be heard and that our communique will capture varied resolutions and bring more institutions at the implementation table. At this time, allow me, Your Excellency, to recognize the team that led the preparations of this auditorium to clap for you. The esteemed steering committee was chaired by myself, and its membership comprised of Governor Gladys Wanga, Senator Catherine Muma, thank you, Senator Beatrice Ogola, the Principal Secretary, Mr. Michael Enasalon, the Honorable Chege Mwaura, Secretary General of the County Assemblies Forum, Ms. Gloria Wawera, Chief Executive Officer of the National Council, Youth Council, and Mr. Tom Were of ACT. Allow me to also recognize the chair of the planning committee, Ms. Mary Moiti, the CEO of COG, and I convey immense gratitude to all the institutions who participated in preparations. Asanteni sana, and like they say here, erokamano. Your Excellency, it will be wrong of me if I don't mention that the conference was planned, executed fully by our indomitable staff at the Council of Governors, and I appreciate all of them. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to deliver this progress report on behalf of the Council of Governors regarding the implementation of the communique adopted at the first biannual Devolution Conference held between the 15th to the 19th August 2023 in Uasin Gishu County under the theme 10 years of devolution, the present and the future. I will highlight just key milestones in implementation of the 2023 resolutions. First is the coordination in project and program implementation. Your Excellency, the Office of the Deputy President is working with ministries, departments and agencies to synchronize the interventions of different government entities to eliminate duplicity and enhance efficiency. The Presidential Economic Transformation Secretariat, PETS, has undertaken a comprehensive review of projects across all sectors to align them with national priorities. The synchronization and identification of these projects to the ward level has greatly eased silos and enhanced coordination. Automation and digitalization of services was the second one, and county governments have automated services in different sectors. Murang'a, Kisumu, Makueni and counties have fully automated their services while other counties have partially done it. The e-citizen has brought together over 16,000 government services, and this comprehensive digital platform integrates services from more than 100 ministries, counties, departments and agencies, streamlining access for citizens and residents across Kenya. The third one was own source revenue. Counties collected Kenya shillings 58.95 billion in the financial year 2023-24, which is 72.5% of their target, marking the highest revenue performance in 11 years. 10 counties surpassed their OSR targets in financial year 2023-24. All the 47 counties are currently automating their revenue systems to enhance transparency and zero leakages in revenue collection. On number 5, which is transfer of county functions, the unbundled functions were gazetted under Gazette Notice number 219, dated 16 December 2024. What remains pending is the costing process, which will pave way for adequate resourcing of county functions. On legislation of land and bridging the gender gap in land ownership, the National Land Information System, dubbed ISASA, was successfully rolled out in Nairobi County, Mombasa Island and Mombasa County, and some parts of Murang'a County. County governments have also established land information management systems like Kajiado, Makueni and Murang'a counties. The Adhi Haki Mob app in Taita Taveta County and the mobile-based reporting tool in Kakamega County are some of the innovative interventions implemented within the 2-year period that aggregate real-time data on women's land tenure issues. Kakamega, Busia, Nairobi and Mombasa counties, in partnership with Athi kwa Kina Mama, AKMA project led by We Effect, implemented a project aimed at increasing women's access to land rights by establishing safe spaces for grassroots land rights defenders within the reporting period. And the other one is strengthening primary health care and community health services. 227 primary care networks are operational, and the National Treasury has included the community health promoter stipends in the additional allocations to county governments from national government's share of revenue in the financial year 2024-25. The Cabinet Directive of 21st January directed mergers of health programs to avoid duplication, and we thank you, Your Excellency. We are creating a conducive environment for the youth to carry out business. The government has developed the Creative Economic Support Bill 2024 and is currently at the public participation stage. Further, to boost local talent and earning, Nairobi County has initiated programs to support artists and content creators by providing affordable access to public spaces for performance and exhibitions. This includes subsidized fees and streamlined permit processes. Street photography and street dancing are now permitted. Mombasa County, on the other hand, has several creative hubs, including the Mombasa Innovation Hub, Swahili Port Hub, Jukwa Arts, among others. On forestry and tree growing, the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry has undertaken mapping of both tree and forest cover in the country to inform the tree growing targets of achieving 30% tree cover by 2032. Ladies and gentlemen, I applaud all stakeholders and partners who facilitated the full implementation of the 2023 communique. Any ongoing efforts must be concluded. The full matrix containing the status of all the 2023 resolutions can be accessed at the Marifa Center, the Knowledge Hub for COG. To maintain momentum, we must strengthen intergovernmental collaboration to fast-track pending legislation and ensure equitable resource allocation. There is also need to deepen engagement with the private sector to bridge funding gaps. Number 20, let us recommit to this collective endeavor, ensuring that the resolutions of the Devolution Conference 2025 will continue to build on the progress we have witnessed and spurs to greater heights in championing devolution. I wish all of the delegates a wonderful time at this conference. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate the chairman of the steering committee, Governor Kaiga. At this point, I want to invite Governor Muranga to come and showcase a county innovation as the technical team also prepare the devolution video that will come shortly after. Karibu Governor Irungu Kangata.
Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, my fellow governors, led by our chair and our vice, and the host governor, the other colleagues, senators, and also every other protocol established, including the county assembly. Allow me to, there's a request made that Muranga showcases various innovation in technology. Whoever has the system can put them up. Your Excellency, Muranga County has automated various systems through our own internal staff. The first innovation was in revenue collection. On your left side are various revenue streams, whether parking, market, quarrying, land, vet services. So that then means if you pay, we see this, whether parking, market, quarrying, land, vet services, these live data. So in the middle part, that is where you see the various collected data. For example, you can be able to know how many vehicles have been parked in Muranga County at any given time and how much money has been paid. Next slide is a single business permit and liquor. So if you own a business in Muranga, you go to the internet, you apply, you print your permit. You don't have to come to the county headquarters to pay for single business permit or liquor license. The third one, Your Excellency, is a land management system. Anyone who wants to pay for building permit, lease, subdivision, transfer application of any plot, again, you go onto the internet, you loading your documents, including your architectural designs, we process this via internet, and then you print your document, and you go home and you're able to see how much money has come to the county of Muranga. The other one, Your Excellency, is on fleet management. Muranga County, just like other counties, has about 100 motor vehicles. So we put this system to monitor where they are. So if you overspeed, we are able to monitor you. If you enter into a pub, we just send a text and the vehicle stalls. We are able, if there is an accident, we can play back whether you are on the right track you're overspeeding, and we are able to get that evidence. This has led to the reduction of number of accidents and also improved drivers' behavior. The other one is Inua Mkulima. Your Excellency, this one was made in partnership with Cooperative Bank of Kenya, where we give our farmers, those who are in milk and mango, subsidy money, so that when they go to a pre-qualified shop, they are able to redeem certain farm inputs. For example, animal feeds, even foodstuff. So it is a technology that is mobile-based. So when you go to a certain shop, this is the card we give them. So you give it, if you're a member of that program, your money will be deducted, which has been preloaded in that e-wallet. That supports milk and mango value chains in Murang'a. The other one is file management portal. This is our own internal system in the county government. We have another one for hospitals. We are able to now know how many patients are visiting our health facilities at any given time. We have about 150 facilities. So, for instance, now you can see we have 6,487 patients now. In the middle part, that is the diseases that have taken them there. At the end, the money they have paid us today, whether by M-Pesa or SHA claims. This system was made together with the Ministry of Health, and I thank my friend Mr. Jared because he's currently in all 157 medical facilities. Allow me to end there because they are many, but just to give what are the downside or the problems we encounter. Number one is unstable internet. We hope that our service provider will be able to stabilize internet. Secondly is unstable power. We have been compelled to now solarize our health facilities so that when we have a problem in the national grid, our systems continue functioning. Thank you.
Another round for applause to Irungu Kangata. It's now my pleasure to invite Right Honorable Speaker of the Senate, Amason Jeffa Kingi, to come and make his remarks and address us. Karibu sana Bwana Speaker. And he will also have the opportunity to introduce the members of Parliament, both Senate and the National Assembly present.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, in the interest of time, allow me to adopt the protocols already established by the speakers who spoke before me. Your Excellency, before I make my brief remarks, allow me to introduce the team from the Senate, and I hope my eyesight won't fail me. We'll start with the Deputy Speaker and Senator for Meru County, the Honorable Senator Kathuri Murungi, the host Senator, Senator Kajwang Moses Otieno, the Senator for Nandi, Senator Samson Cherargei Kiprotich, Senator Dr. Boni Khalwale, Senator for Kakamega, Senator Faki Munyehaji, Senator for Mombasa, Senator Eddie Okech for Migori, Senator Catherine Muma Muyeka, Senator Maureen Tabitha Mutinda, Senator Hamida Ali Kibwana, Senator Julius Murgo, Senator Montate Batuli Betty, Senator Kisang, Senator Esther Anyeni Okenyuri, Senator Beth Siengo Kalunda, Senator Jackson Mandago, Senator Danson Buya Mungatana of Tana River, Senator Abbas Sheikh Mohammed, Senator Mbugua. Those are the senators who are with us here today. Further, Your Excellency, before I make my short remarks, I have been given a request that I should place before you, in keeping with your generosity, Your Excellency, that has been witnessed by Kenyans for the past couple of weeks, where you extended some appreciation to the national team, Harambee Stars, for every match that they win. The Senate team, having beaten the governors, they are wishing to be considered in that appreciation token. The team comprises of 16 members. If that is agreeable, Your Excellency, I may pass by the State Lodge to collect 16 million for the team. And I know it's possible. Thank you, Your Excellency. 16 million for the team. And I know it's possible. Thank you, Your Excellency. Formative governance shift since independence, that is devolution. We gather here to mark 14 years since the birth of devolved governance, a constitutional promise to bring government closer to the people and to ensure equitable development and to reverse decades of marginalization. As partners in the devolution space, our gathering here today and as this entire week is not a matter of routine, but a national obligation. For devolution is about every lives of our people. The theme of the conference, that is for the people, for prosperity, devolution and as a catalyst for equity, inclusion and social justice, is not just a slogan. It is a call to action and resonates with the realities of our time. It reminds us that devolution is not about systems or structures. It is about people. It is about the mother in Turkana, who now accesses maternal health care at a local health facility. It is about the youth of Homa Bay County accessing vocational training. It is about the farmer in Embu receiving extension services without having to travel to Nairobi. The sub-theme, re-engineering county governments to accelerate development and bridge the socio-economic divide, demands responsive and people-centered. It is a call to disrupt mediocrity, embrace technology, promote innovation, and be accountable stewards of the public trust. Your Excellency, we promulgated the Constitution of Kenya in 2010 and operationalized it in 2013. We reimagined a Kenya where no county, no village, no Kenyan will be left behind. We moved away from a centralized, top-down approach that had for decades marginalized communities and deepened inequalities. In its place, we embrace a model of governance that is participatory, inclusive, and closer to the people. And while the journey has not been perfect, it has been profoundly transformational. Healthcare services, once centralized and overstretched, are now within reach of millions. County governments have constructed over 1,000 health centers, recruited thousands of health workers, and enhanced immunization coverage and maternal health. Infrastructure development has flourished. Counties have built thousands of kilometers of rural roads, enabling farmers to access markets and people to move with ease. Early childhood education, water provision, agricultural extension services, and local economic development all have experienced rejuvenation because of county-level planning and execution. Above all, citizen participation in governance has deepened. Today, a resident of Wajir, Lamu, Nyandarua, or Vihiga has a say in how resources are allocated in their ward, an unthinkable reality 2 decades ago. At the heart of these gains, Your Excellency, stands the Senate, the constitutional protector of counties and their governments, as proclaimed in Article 96 of our Constitution. In line with its mandate, the Senate has recorded the following milestones. It has allocated close to Kenya shilling 4 trillion cumulatively to counties through the Division of Revenue County Allocation Revenue Acts. Oversighted the use of these funds through the standing committees of the Senate. It has championed legislation that have empowered counties, enabling them to cooperate efficiently. The County Public Finance Laws Amendment Act, a key legislation that guarantees financial autonomy to our county assemblies and further anchors their role of oversight, legislation and representation at the county level, has finally become a reality after Your Excellency did assent to it this morning. We thank you for that. It is no doubt, Your Excellency, that without the Senate, devolution would be a shell. With the Senate, devolution has become a shield for the aspiration of many Kenyans. Indeed, at this juncture, allow me to applaud our senators for working tirelessly in building consensus to navigate very complicated tasks as they execute their mandates. A good example is the collective effort and team spirit that characterized the debate and passing of the fourth revenue sharing formula for counties for the year 2025, 2026 to 2029, 2030. This was a profound departure from the past. Such an exercise was riddled with acrimony and laced with political differences. Your Excellency, yet even as we celebrate these achievements, we must confront the hard truths mirrored in the following realities. These are the threats to devolution. 1, corruption and weak accountability systems in some counties continue to threaten and erode public trust in devolution. Failure, regrettably so, failure by some governors to heed invitation by the Senate to come to the Senate to account for the resources placed in their hands, not only erodes the good working relationship within the devolution family, but also is detrimental to the noble goals of devolution. Regrettably, Your Excellency, we have seen cases where Senate committees have had to encounter hostilities when they visit counties in exercise of the oversight mandate. Very regrettable. Duplication of rules and power struggles between national and county governments undermine efficiency and cooperative governance. Inadequate on-source revenue mobilization by counties has left them over-dependent on the exchequer, limiting innovation and self-reliance. Wrangles within the county assemblies, which sabotages work delivery. Your Excellency, a case in point is the county of Nyamira, where at some point we had 2 county assemblies, 2 clerks and 2 speakers. Disbursements of funds to counties and politicization of county development priorities, which often sidelines community needs. Your Excellency, to secure the next decade of devolution, we must act decisively and collectively to deal with these threats. Distinguished participants, devolution was never meant to be a destination. It is a continuous journey, one that requires vigilance, courage, and commitment. Let us not allow short-term political interest to dilute the long-term vision of equitable development. Let us recommit to the devolution dream by ensuring it lives and blossoms in every ward, in every village, and every heart. For the greatness of a nation lies not in the glitter of its capital city and its urban centers, but in the dignity of its villages. May God bless our counties, and may God richly bless our land. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Tumpigie makofi Bwana Speaker. I now want to invite our chair, FCPA, Mohamed Abdullahi, to come and make his remarks and in turn invite His Excellency the President. Karibu Bwana Chairman. Tumpigie makofi Bwana Chairman.
Thank you very much, our whip. Your Excellency, I will ride on the protocols already observed before me, but I just want to, before my speech, ask the deputy governors, because I think other groups have been asked to, have been appreciated, to also stand so that we know the deputy governors who are here. We can appreciate you in totality, deputy governors. Thank you very much. Please let's appreciate our deputy governors who are here. Your Excellency, when my sister was here, Gladys Wanga, host governor, I think because of the small element of stage fright that we all have and the fact that we're putting her under pressure to save on time, she forgot to introduce her deputy governor. I think he also didn't stand up when the other leaders stood up. So on her behalf, I apologize and recognize and appreciate the deputy governor of Homa Bay County, Oyugi Magwaga. Your Excellency, I also want to appreciate the presence of our CS Opio Wandai. CS, you can just stand up. Now, with that, Your Excellency, because not all governors will have an opportunity to come and stand up here, I'll be the last one speaking before I invite you. I want to ask all the governors to stand up. Excellency governors, host governor, Gladys Wanga was here. She stood and spoke. My vice chair was also here, Dr. Mutahi Kahiga. Our whip was our MC here, Steve Sang. Then we have my immediate former boss. She's Chair Emeritus, Governor of Kirinyaga and Waiguru. We have the Governor of Tharaka Nithi, Governor Muthomi Njuki, Governor His Excellency Ochilo Ayako of Migori, Governor Nadhif Adam Jama of Garissa, Governor Kiarie Badlisha of Nyandarua, Governor Mohamed Khalif Mandera, Speaker Emeritus, Governor of Bungoma Kenneth Lusaka, my professional colleague, FCPF Fernandez Barasa, Governor of Kakamega, Governor Paul Otuoma of Busia County, Governor Patrick Olentutu of Narok, Governor Mahmoud Mohamed Ali, Marsabit County, Governor Orengo James, Siaya County, Governor Professor Hilary Barchok of Bomet, Governor and Benjamin Cheboy of Baringo County, Sister Governor Cecily Mbarire of Embu, Governor Amos Nyaribo of Nyamira, and Governor and Kachapin of West Pokot. Am I missing out anyone? Oh yes, Governor Wilba Otichilo, Vihiga, Governor Julius Malombe, Kitui, Governor James Irungu of Laikipia, and Governor Kangata, who was here with some innovation a while back. I thank you all. Your Excellency, I had to do that. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Amos Kingi, Speaker of the Senate, all the governors here present, and I will ride on the protocols thus far established, all delegates attending Devolution Conference 2025. On behalf of the Council of Governors, I take this opportunity to welcome His Excellency the President, the Honorable Dr. William Ruto, and all our distinguished guests and delegates to the 9th Devolution Conference and the 2nd Biennial Devolution Conference. As they say here in Homa Bay County, Warwako Uduto. You're all welcome. This year, our discussions will focus on 3 key themes of equity, inclusion, and social justice. Your Excellency, in the recent past, our country has witnessed citizen protests triggered by, among others, the finance bill, youth and government issues, and governance concerns. The continent and the world watched as our young people, popularly known as the Gen Zs, marched in major streets across the country, demanding for their voices to be heard. It's sad, of course, also that they were politically infiltrated. Indeed, the theme of the conference, for the people, for prosperity, for the people, for prosperity, devolution as a catalyst for equity, inclusion, and social justice, is meant to spur deep conversations on how the devolved governments can position themselves as the implementers and champions of these 3 democratic tenets of inclusion, equity, and social justice. This year, as we host the conference, it's a conference with a difference, the addition of side events that will be hosted by a myriad of partners, including government agencies, civil society organizations, the private sector, and development partners, will bring as many voices as possible to the conversation. I invite all the delegates to carefully peruse the program and purpose to attend the side events, which will run each single day of the conference. I'd like to sincerely thank the team that led to the preparations of this year's conference, all the members of the esteemed steering committee, which traditionally, Your Excellency, is chaired by the Vice Chair of the Council. This year it was chaired by Dr. Mutahi Kahiga, my Vice. I'd also like to acknowledge the Planning Committee led by the CEO of Council. They go through sleepless nights to deliver a conference to 12,000 delegates, Asanteni Sana. I'd also like to recognize the presence of our international delegates this year. We have guests joining us from different parts of the world. You saw also they were represented on top here by the Jospong group of Ghana, who are displaying waste management. In 2010, Your Excellency and distinguished delegates, Kenya has promulgated a new constitution for themselves, containing what is globally regarded as one of the most radical shifts in governance the world has ever seen. Some have called the format of the Kenyan devolution experimental. The new system created distinct and yet independent governance through the national government and 47 county governments, which are constitutionally mandated to deliver on key services through locally elected leadership and representatives. We're all in agreement, all of us here, that devolution, notwithstanding its challenges, real and perceived, remains an exemplary case of meaningful reform and the best gift that Kenyans accorded themselves in 2010. The main purpose of devolution was creating units that would secure equitable distribution of development in the country, that every Kenyan is then guaranteed a dignified and a quality life with access to public goods such as healthcare, water, housing, food, education, and transport at the local level. Creation of administrative units beyond the county governments in wards, villages, and planning committees is further meant to ensure that the communities are heard and that the citizens' needs are met no matter where they are in Kenya. Article 174 of our Constitution captures this very succinctly by laying out the objects and the purpose of devolution. And there are 9 of them, and they include, among others, to promote democratic and accountable exercise of power, to foster national unity and recognize diversity. I'll not read all of them, but you can refer to Article 174. And in fact, in that article, Your Excellency, it's only one, really, and the objects that explicitly refers to economic development under F, which says social and economic development and the provision of proximate, easily accessible services throughout Kenya. So through devolution, we were dealing with development, but we were also dealing with equity and social justice that is uniform across Kenya. From the above, ladies and gentlemen, the architecture of the Constitution anticipated that devolution would not only be concerned with economic development, but it will also foster national unity, democratic and political inclusion, and facilitate the decentralization of power, responsibilities, and resources, all aimed at bringing decision-making and services closer to the people. The establishment of the devolved government was thus our ambitious way as a country of reversing centralization as a basis of both political and economic development. It is both an economic imperative. Devolution is an economic imperative, but I believe it was also a political settlement. Devolution is indeed the truest and the most progressive definition of bottom-up social, economic, and political transformation. 12 years ago, Your Excellency, under the first election, under the new constitutional dispensation of 2010, we set up the first cycle of county governments. We ushered in 47 new county governments. And these governments, unlike the former local authorities, were created through the statutes. They had constitutional protection. They were established in line with the Constitution, and they enjoy both institutional and financial safeguards directly from the supreme law of the land. The fourth schedule further splits the functions between the national and the counties. Your Excellency, we've come a long way. At the Council of Governors, we appreciate that in 2014, on the 16th of December, you unbundled through a Gazette notice a lot more functions and component of functions. And this has been something that has been outstanding for long, and we don't take it for granted. But we still seek the further unbundling and costing of the few remaining functions, that they be completed to finality in full compliance with the letter and the spirit of the Constitution, and that the attendant resources of all functions already transferred will all follow. As I make this speech, Your Excellency, I'm a second-term governor, having served in the first cohort of the first phase of county governments between 2013 and 17. In my view, devolution, again I say, has come a long way. The journey has not been easy. We've had policy, legal, and administrative challenges that have threatened the very foundation of devolution. But I am convicted, I'm convinced here that counties and in general devolution has moved from strength to strength. Counties have recorded countless success stories that reveal that devolution is uplifting the lives and livelihood of Kenyans. According to the 2024 Gross County Product Report, which was released by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, KNBS, county governments are making significant and transformative contribution to the national economic performance. Essential investments, be it in financial, material, and technical, is being made towards the devolved sectors, and this is contributing substantially to the national growth and development. I'll just give a few, very few examples. Data from the period that devolution existed shows, say, in the provision of healthcare, which is one of the most important services that any county government must deliver, Between 2014 and 2025, Kenya has recorded notable improvements in key maternal and reproductive health indicators. The proportion of women with at least 4 antenatal care visits has risen from 58% to 66%. And skilled birth deliveries has increased from 61% to 82%, reflecting the expanded access to skilled birth attendants as a result of devolution. At the onset of devolution in 2013, Your Excellency, there were 8,466 health centers and dispensaries across the country. And these, I'm only referring to public health centers and dispensaries. Robust and intentional health investment by county governments in collaboration with the national government and private sector has resulted in increasing these to 14,710 operational health facilities across Kenya. Public facilities account now for over 45% of all health facilities in the country, with the rest being faith-based and private. The majority of these public facilities are level 2 and 3, while level 4, 5, and 6 account for about 7% of all public facilities. When you look at the headcount of healthcare workers, Your Excellency, we only had 874 medical doctors in district hospitals before devolution. We also had 6,620 nurses. Today, this has expanded to 4,651 medical doctors in public facilities in counties. We also have 34,000, up from 6,000, 34,220 nurses in county facilities, 7,877 clinical officers, 4,686 lab technicians, 1,942 nutritionists, among other healthcare workers. This clearly represents a more than fourfold growth in human resources. At the community level, partnering with the national government, we now have 831 community health workers. And Your Excellency, you can give examples in agriculture, where we now have 6.5 million farmers registered, as opposed to 541,000 in 2016. We can give examples in ECD, where we now have from nearly zero staff in payroll of ECD teachers in counties to over 30,000 ECD teachers across the 47 counties and 48,700 ECD centers. There are many. But in the interest of time, I will just highlight the key. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the story of devolution is dotted with many successes, and we can speak to it in every single county. Every single county has a story to tell, but I'll end it there. That notwithstanding, Your Excellency, there are numerous challenges. Challenges abound. The debate on functional integrity of the two levels of government, the quantum of resources allocated to devolution, delays of disbursements and releases of funds, and administrative action that leads to clawback, policy, laws, especially subsidiary instruments that predate the 2024 Constitution that are not then compliant with devolution, still remain a challenge. And Your Excellency, I will note that in spite of the month-on-month delays of disbursements of funds, for the 3 years that you've been in charge, 2 out of those 3 at least the last shilling was released to the CRF, the County Revenue Funds account, by midnight, the 30th of June of that fiscal year. And we don't take that for granted. It was not always the case, Your Excellency. So in line with the conference theme, county governments must also ensure that resources are distributed equitably, even within the counties, that services are available and accessible to the most vulnerable populations that are marginalized, minority groups, and that there is meaningful participation in decision making. It's time for action, not for talk. As leaders who are gathered here, we've been called upon to serve. Let's heed this call with integrity, humility, and selflessness. Our Constitution expects us all here that we will conduct our affairs in the fullness of good governance practices and respect of human rights and in social justice, while ensuring that there is equity and inclusion at all levels. On the overall, Your Excellency, and I'm winding up, devolution has been and it will continue to remain a journey. It's not an event, it's a process. I can say as stakeholders we have done well, we can all do better, and that's why we're here with all the stakeholders and partners. We are ready to listen to what interventions we can apply to make devolved governance even better and stronger. As I conclude, let me take this opportunity to appreciate all our stakeholders who have supported this conference. I convey our heartfelt appreciation of the national government through the presidency, the Senate, and all the 47 county governments for their support and participation. A special thanks to our platinum sponsors and partners, the Kenya Commercial Bank, Safaricom PLC, and the Jospong Group of companies. Those were our 3 platinum partners this year. To all our other partners, this could not have happened without you. Devolution has brought 12,000 delegates at DEFCON 2025 to Homa Bay County. This could not have been done without our partners. We appreciate and value all of you. Your support has made this event a reality and a big success. We cannot thank you enough. Continue to work with us as we keep the devolution fire blazing. I wish you all fruitful discussions in the coming days of the conference. It is now my duty and pleasure to invite His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, the Honorable Dr. William Ruto, to come and address us and officially open Devolution Conference 2025 for us.
Thank you very much, Governor. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take our seats. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, honorable members, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am delighted to be back in Homa Bay, the county of endless potential and possibilities, a place whose promise mirrors that of our great nation. Vast possibilities, many opportunities, awaiting bold action as we steadily unlock the full benefits of devolution. Our counties are critical frontiers and the powerful drivers of both national and local growth. This Devolution Conference is therefore a moment to take stock, celebrate gains, and reimagine how we can accelerate progress for every county and every Kenyan. The theme of this year's conference speaks directly to our national vision. A Kenya where every citizen, regardless of region, gender, background, or status, has a fair and equal opportunity to thrive. Our Constitution's preamble commits us to human rights, equality, freedom, democracy, social justice, and the rule of law. This theme is a reminder of the bold, transformative journey we began and a call to remain true to our shared aspiration as a nation and as a people. Ladies and gentlemen, devolution has been transformative. It has fostered equity by distributing resources fairly and addressing historical imbalances. It has enhanced inclusion by empowering communities, empowering women, giving a chance to our youth, and extending a fair environment to persons living with disability for all of us to participate fully and meaningfully in the development of our nation. Social justice has taken root through accountable, transparent, and responsive governance. The national government is proud to have invested heavily in making these principles a reality. And for myself, I have had the privilege to chair the first intergovernmental budget committee, commonly known as IBEC, from the beginning. And I have had the privilege to see devolution grow by leaps and bounds. Through collaborative frameworks, such as the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee, the Council of Governors, the Summit, and the other intergovernmental fora, we have resolved challenges amicably and aligned our policies and resources as guided by our constitutional vision. From the very first day of my administration, I affirmed that devolution is not merely a constitutional provision. It is the ground jewel of our democratic governance and the proudest achievement of the people of Kenya in our constitution-making process. I pledged to accelerate the full transfer of all outstanding devolved functions as assigned in the fourth schedule of our Constitution, together with the requisite resources. This commitment was formalized during the 11th National and County Government Coordinating Summit held at State House, Nairobi, on the 16th of December 2024, as has been alluded by the earlier speakers. I directed the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee to finalize the delineation, unbundling, and gazettement of all pending functions, and to initiate the systematic transfer of budgetary allocations and other resources tied to those functions without delay. Today, I am proud to report that all 14 devolved functions have been conclusively delineated, unbundled, and formally gazetted. This milestone has eliminated decades-old ambiguities that hampered service delivery and fueled intergovernmental disputes. This achievement marks a decisive turning point in our journey to align functions with funding. It empowers county governments to design and implement programs that respond directly to local needs, from healthcare to agriculture to water management, infrastructure, trade, and early childhood education, while delivering measurable impact to all the people we serve. Further, to the gazettement of the unbundled and clarified functions by IGRTC on the 16th of December 2024, and the advanced process of resource identification, I am pleased again to announce that we have gazetted immovable assets, that is land and buildings, to transfer ownership to the counties through Gazette Notice number 11164 of yesterday, 12th August 2025, a process that has eluded us for the last 12 years. In other words, 50,000 pieces of land and 80,000 pieces of land and buildings will now become the property of county governments legally. This morning, in a further demonstration of our commitment to devolution, I signed into law two landmark pieces of legislation: the County Public Finance Law Amendment Bill of 2023 and the County Allocation of Revenue Bill 2025. These laws cement the place and the principle of horizontal revenue sharing among counties, consolidate the place of county assemblies while clearly defining the respective responsibilities of both county and national governments. Let me say this, that I had the honor in Homa Bay to finally guarantee by law the independence of our county assemblies. This is a commitment that I made. This is an engagement that I did with the county speakers and county assemblies, and it was a merited request and a merited ask that the same way we have independence of the legislature at the national level, we must also have independence of the legislature at the county level. I now ask the county assemblies to effectively undertake their responsibilities, effectively provide oversight, efficiently legislate for counties to perform their mandate, and also robustly represent the people who elected them. With this new mandate, with this new independence, the county's assemblies now have no reason nor excuse not to do what they have been mandated by the Constitution effectively. Under the Division of Revenue Act 2025, we have allocated an unprecedented Kenya shillings 415 billion to counties, nearly 30 billion more than last year's allocation. The County Allocation of Revenue Act 2025 distributes this equitable share among the 47 counties in strict adherence to the revenue sharing formula set out in Article 217 of our Constitution. And again, today marks a turning point. We are using a new revenue sharing formula, again marking another historic step. This is the first allocation, as I have said, to apply the fourth determination of the basis for division of revenue approved by Parliament this year. This is not just more money. It is a stronger foundation for counties to deliver, develop, and transform people's lives. Ladies and gentlemen, despite operating within a tight fiscal space, the government has honored its commitment to timely disbursements, clearing all balances owed to counties for the just ended financial year. This ensures that counties have the fiscal capacity, institutional infrastructure, and human resources necessary to deliver on their expanded mandates effectively. Again, to report that yesterday, the native agricultural programs changing lives at the grassroots. Investments, ladies and gentlemen, are the lifeblood of the grassroots. Investments, ladies and gentlemen, are the lifeblood of economic transformation. They inject capital, spur innovation, generate employment, and unlock local potential. Nowhere is this more true than our counties? Under our bottom-up economic transformation agenda, we are working with counties to build one bankable, high-impact value chain in every county, from fish processing here in Homa Bay to leather in Kajiado and textiles in Kitui. This is about turning local potential into jobs, incomes, and exports. The Government of Kenya, through the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, is developing investment procedures for key priority sectors, working with counties. This will serve as strategic tools to highlight opportunities, showcase value propositions, and support investor engagement locally in our counties and internationally as well. We have already completed the initial 4 sector packages: leather, business processing, outsourcing, e-mobility, and textile and apparels. By supporting end-to-end value chain ecosystems, we will increase local incomes, enhance food security, create jobs for our young people, and position counties as net exporters. Yet progress, again, ladies and gentlemen, is uneven, and the full promise of equity remains work in progress. This conference must be a turning point, not only for celebration, but for honest reflection and decisive action to unlock the full potential of devolution. We must strengthen capacity in our counties by building the skills, expertise, and employing technology needed for effective service delivery. Excellencies, while we may not have all the resources we desire, we have enough to deliver meaningful service to our people. Needed for effective directing resources to the right purposes. Are we deploying them efficiently? How much is lost to waste and corruption? And what concrete measures are we putting in place to seal leakages, curb misuse, and enhance efficiency? These are the hard questions we must confront with candor, courage, and urgency. Without a doubt, we need to answer these questions as leaders. And I listened very carefully to the statements that have been made here, both by the earlier speakers, by the chair of the Council of Governors, by the Speaker of the Senate, and we all must be honest about ourselves and about what we are doing. And we must agree that the resources that are availed by the people of Kenya through their taxes are meant for delivering transformation in our counties and in our nation. I did sign into law a few weeks ago legislation that will boost the fight against corruption by signing into law the Conflict of Interest Bill, now law. I do expect that agencies charged with making sure that there is accountability at all levels of government take up their role as efficiently, as effectively, with accountability as the law and the Constitution mandates them. The EACC must take up their role. I have made it absolutely clear to the chair of the Anti-Corruption Commission, to the CEO of the Anti-Corruption Commission, that there will be no sacred cows and there will be no telephone call from anywhere below or above to stop anybody from being prosecuted for matters corruption. While I agree with the sentiments expressed by the Speaker of the Senate, and he has made a solid statement on holding governors and county governments to account, I also must say the legislature must also be held to account. Because there is something going